Good evening! Tonight, we're continuing the MSQ story for Smol Caetsu, where we will continue from meeting Venat, which we did last week, and we will almost definitely meet the dungeon in Elpis. The Ctesis Hyperborea? Is that how you say it? I'm not sure. That KTI sound, I'm not sure on. Yeah, let's go. I hope you're all having a wonderful Saturday. I feel like I've forgotten to say something, but I'm pretty sure I haven't. The big question is whether we will reach the level 89 dungeon tonight, and that is going to be a stretch. On average on these streams we do somewhere around 16 quests, and I believe the dungeon itself, the level 89 dungeon, is 17 quests away, and that both does not take into account that the patch. It does not take into account that we have a dungeon. Sometimes we don't, sometimes we do. That does affect the average. But it also does not take into account that there might be a lot of cutscenes leading up to that part. And that is almost guaranteed, I would say. Oh, level up. Does that mean any new gear for you? Looks like a no. I think almost. There's a bracelet. Well, a new task to do. That is pretty good. Wow, we got a wing. Is that even worth anything? It is. Well, let's sell that then. A flower upon your return. There. So yeah, this is also the first of these rewind replay streams we've had since the new patch that happened Tuesday. For this character, it doesn't change that much. We don't have access to any of the new content that was added on this character. The only real tangible effect it has had is that the Dragoon changes are going to be very nice. The jump change is going to be very nice. And Dragonside just getting packaged with True North. I'm not sure why they did that. Is nice. I mean, it is nice. Just being able to ignore your positionals for 20 seconds. It's quite funny, considering that in Shadowbringers, the way that they added Raiden Thrust. Let me just talk about this for a moment. Raiden Thrust, the way that it worked in Shadowbringers, is that you had to, I believe, get both the Wheeling Thrust and the Fang and Claw step of your combo, like those two last bits. I think you had to get both correct positionals. Then, and only then, True Thrust would turn into Raiden Thrust for a small kickback of extra free potency. It didn't do anything else. It didn't come with the First Mind's focus and all that. It was just fancier True Thrust with a little potency boost for getting two positionals correctly, like as a reason to make you want to do your positionals better. And now, in Endwalker, not only does Raiden Thrust not care that whether you did the positions correctly, Dragonside comes packaged with True North, so the time where you would care the most about your positionals. No need! At once on the house. Hey Ymir, hey Alif, how are you both doing? I'm doing very well. I was just going over some of the changes that Dragoon experienced with the new patch. Hey Santo, how are you doing? Ah, good. The news acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Caetsu's Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Hey Tracy, how are you doing? Yeah, as I said, we have a new patch, and the only thing that Smol Kai here is going to experience of it is that Dragoon was made slightly easier. It is really, like, that dragon side change is ridiculously silly. Like, completely unexpected. Santa says, I'm already liking this raid tier better than last, purely because I can play 2.40 Gunbreaker again. Oh, is the optimal set actually going to have a little bit of skill speed this time? That is that must have been exhausting if you didn't like playing 2.50 Gunbreaker. How bad was it to play 2.4 in the last raid tier? Was it that bad? Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Someone from off-screen says Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Oh, hi. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into dynamism, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but we're never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hesladaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible dynamis? True. Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Van Daniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Van Daniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that, I'm certain. Not yet. It seems there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Hey, Kosari! You're helping a friend with a new extreme. Alright, that's awesome. I hope you're having fun with it. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It's time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Silk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Santo added, I don't really remember if 2.40 Gunbreaker was super bad, but anything faster than 242 wasn't really worth it. Technically 244 to 250 at best as tier 2 in simulations, but 241 to 240 aren't far behind. Well, I can understand why you would prefer 240 over 244, as I recall 244 to 248 if your connection is like perfect, something like that, is because then you can fit 9 GCDs in your burst, and like if you can get that rather cheaply, then it's worth it. Anything past that is like comfort. Like the more beyond 248 you go, the more the reason is latency or comfortability. But 240, I actually talked a little bit about this in the video I released yesterday. The advantage in 240 is that it loops perfectly, like, well, it doesn't loop, but it results in precisely 1 extra GCD per minute, as you said yourself, which just makes it like flow nicer, because that means that every minute you get a similar feeling to like if you're running 250, on any job really, and they have a cooldown they use on the dot every minute, if you are always casting, like you're using your GCD on time all the time, then if you early weave that 1 minute cooldown, then exactly 1 minute later, there it is again, precisely in the early weave, because of how time works. A good example is Paladin. But if your GCD is instead 240, then 30 seconds in, if it's like a 30-second cooldown, it'll be like in the late weave window instead of the early weave window, like it'll like flip between them every 30 seconds. But overall, that's fine, right? But that also means that every minute, your minute cooldowns will line up perfectly. So like if you want to late weave No Mercy, that will naturally land exactly when you want it. Assuming you do it right the first time, and you're not delayed due to, oh, God forbid, boss mechanics. Could you imagine? Like imagine if the boss like disappeared for, was it over a minute for P8S? Was that it? Alif says, my friend has been spamming the new raid tier at least 40 times now. She said they were fun and she's enjoying them so much. That's crazy for me at least. It was quite shocking hearing that. Your friend is spamming the new raid like without loot reasons? Like they're just doing it for fun? I mean, there are some drops that aren't weekly locked. I believe that there would be music that drops from, like, well, there would be music from all 4, but 2 of the bosses have the same song, so they would probably share that. And the final boss has a minion, and I mean, if you roll like me, I believe my rolls were like 9 and 19. Then it will take a few goes to get that minion. Like, if you care about that. Usually I'm pretty lucky with it, but this time, nope. And when I say I've had 2 rolls, did it myself on stream, and then later throughout the week I helped my best friend go through it again. But without loot for me, of course. Santo says, I kind of wish 240 was better on Paladin, since that's the GCD I play on the other 3 tanks, preferably. Well, the problem for Paladin is that you need a, like, stupidly massive amount of skill speed for 9 GCDs in your burst. I don't think that, like, if it is possible, I would guess that you would need, like you would need to go for skill speed like how black mages can go for spell speed. Like just full blast, only skill speed. Then it might be doable, but then again, then you don't have any crit. And what you're getting is, at best, an extra atonement, and at worst, fast blade in your burst, typically. It might also increase the odds that you get 2 Holy Spirits in your burst, but you could get those anyway, so you're not getting extra. Like, it changes your best burst from 2 Holy Spirits and Royal Authority to 2 Holy Spirits, Royal Authority, and Atonement, which is 400 potency, and I'm pretty sure that's like less than 10% extra potency, like, added to the burst. Like, it's really costly to do that, and I don't think it's worth it. But Santu, I'll be the first to say my favorite stat in Final Fantasy XIV is speed. It's a shame that it is so bad on most jobs. And it isn't worth stacking. I would be the first to stack it if it was good. Like, in Stormblood I played, I think it was 237 GCD Paladin, because that meant that you could perfectly loop, so you had Goring Blade up at all times. Something like that. So speed is like the fun stat because it changes your rotation while all the other stats don't. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteion is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mesopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. You want to try Speed Samurai, but it's not super compatible with Monk. Do you play both Monk and Samurai? Because you could just... like, well, I mean, do you both play Monk and Samurai in, like, Savage context? Because if you only play Samurai in Savage, for example, then your Monk being like a comedic turbo monk for casual content is probably funny, but it doesn't cost you anything. This appears to be the teleporter to Mesopsis Euros. You don't play it that much, only occasionally. Okay. Then I would recommend try Speed Samurai. The worst that can happen is that you go, I feel like playing Monk in my Expert Roulette today or something. And then you go, oh right, my GCD is like 1.8. They're close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Caetsu, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Caetsu can handle them. She did survive a bout with Venat, after all. We already told them, Venat. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Can I kill them if I do? You don't really play non-tanks in Savage or Ultimate. Mostly just do extremes and roulettes and melees. In that case, if you feel like messing around with speed... I mean, some people would not be super excited for you messing around with like a crazy speed build in like an extreme situation, like the few players that really believe that you have to optimize to do those. Like, if you're not great, you have to, but for the most part, I'm sure it will be fine. Yeah. But you could absolutely just mess around with it. Like, in an extreme situation, it would not surprise me after week 1 if the people doing extremes are more likely to, like, not have melted gear than to have melted gear. Like, that is maybe a little bit of just me imagining things, but it would not surprise me if there's a lot of players that come unprepared to extremes, because, you know, it's easy, it's not savage. And if they are showing up without melts, then you showing up with like 22 skill speed materia is still better than bringing no materia, right? So you could go, like, you don't even have to like make a recommended speed samurai build. You could literally just go, I'm just going to see how fast I can make my samurai, because it would be funny. And see if you can, and like how good or bad it is. It might be really, who knows, maybe you can fit an extra Midari Setsugeki per minute or something. That would be interesting. And the only way to know is to try it. And I'm not being, like, I'm not trying to be funny, I'm genuinely saying, if you're not doing the hardest content in the game, and you have the skill to pilot it, then go ahead. I'm sure you can still perform perfectly fine in extremes, even with a subpar samurai build. If you think it would be funny, Santo. Caetsu, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping the day as an MSQ company. You see, they asked me through this. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Van Daniel, you say. Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. You got it, buddy. I'm guessing the reason that you play tanks in Savage Raid is mostly because that's what you enjoy the most. Some players play a specific role because they like it. Oh, that's Ymir. Nice phoenix, or bird. And you've upgraded your relic weapon? Yes, nice. Nice, congratulations. I can't remember, those birds are from Heavensward, right? You're doing Fates. Oh, okay. We spoke with Hermes then, and we're briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens. As well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. But for as fascinating as it would be to meet the MSQ who would recreate Amarot in the depths of the ocean, I think, at best, we're all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that is. Tracy says, I have enough trouble with normal mechanics. Well, that is the excellent thing with these games, is that Savage raiding is optional, so you don't have to go any further than you feel comfortable with. And Sansa says tanks also have more simple rotations than melee. That is true. As you may have seen, whether you've watched those streams or not, I did do some streaming of raiding Savage in P5S when it was new, and I played that specifically as summoner, and there were multiple reasons for that. The first one was, I don't want to have tank or healing responsibilities when I'm streaming. And the second one is that I had a feeling that my experience with the encounter combined with streaming would mean that I would not be very good at doing my rotation if it was very complicated. So I basically played Summoner. I've mentioned this before. I can almost play Summoner blindfolded. So, like, I could stream, do a Savage raid encounter that I wasn't actually that experienced with, and if I knew, oh, this next part coming up, I know I don't have to do anything special, I could actually, like, look at chat while in the middle of an encounter and read, and it would be fine, because I could, like, play my rotation without looking. Things like that. Even though it's probably not super safe, I didn't really do that, but the idea was that it might be possible as a summoner, but certainly not as, like, I don't know, a machinist or a samurai. So I played the simplest job I could, so that I had the capacity to maybe also be entertaining. And if you're playing Savage and you enjoy playing tanks, then a bonus is that they're not too intense rotationally. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye, a matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
Quickly now, you don't have, I don't know, 2 hours or however long it took you to explain it to us. Two hours later.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Venat. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we... They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
Poof.
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, and we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
The fateful cutscene where all things went wrong. See? Santo says, I don't get how some people can prog on like Black Mage or Monk. Indeed. I think with the Black Mages, they just like... many of the Black Mages and Monks that I've met that like main those jobs in Savage content, they don't like play anything else. I saw someone today that said that they're so deep in the Black Mage like transpose line shenanigans that they can't even like picture themselves play anything else because they're in too deep. So I think the answer there is those jobs that are that complicated to like main. I've said this before, like For example, Summoner is a really good secondary job because it doesn't require too much like investment to play it pretty well, like well enough that you could absolutely Savage Raid with it. Black Mage, on the other hand, is a main job, and so is Monk. Those are jobs that, if you want to do even decently well in like Savage Raid context, well then you're playing Monk or Black Mage. And then Samurai or Summoner or Red Mage or what have you will have to be your secondary when it's too hard. And that's not to say that those jobs are super duper easy, it's just that Black Mage and Monk are just so involved. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Excellent. Alif says, I've only tried the Shinryu Extreme Sync, and oh boy, untelegraphed mechanics are challenging for me. Yeah, that is like a cruel thing they do in Savage and Extremes. Often they do it by way that there is something else you can see, like there's something else that tells you what you're supposed to do, or the mechanic is supposed to be failed until you get it. So like, no telegraph, you figure it out, not my problem, you do it. Oh. Umia comes in, flying with an umbrella. Nice. Sansa says, well, I do almost all content as tank. Once I decide to prog top, I'm seriously considering going samurai. The responsibility tanks have in ultimates is completely another level. Well, if you main tank, then you would surely be most well equipped to do it. Like, think about it. Yeah, extremes are a very good challenge. Even like unsynced extremes are a really good way to like get into harder content. That's also why I praised that the new raid, like the new raid that came out Tuesday, the normal difficulty is hard enough that the fights will not let you win if you don't get it. Like, if certain mechanics will bar your entry, like past it, if you don't get it, it will not let you. Some cost fallacy. I suppose so. In this case, it's more that they have already invested all this in them, so they can't, like, they are that good at that job, and they are, like, their muscle memory with the job is so deep. Like, when I've played Sage for a long time, if I play any other healer, even like any job that uses mana in any capacity, I will have the muscle memory to click whatever button Lucid Dreaming is on Sage every minute. I just, oh yeah, it's been around a minute, and then I'll use, I don't know, Radiant Aegis for no reason, or like something like that. It seeps into my mind, our voices reporting. No, no. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run. To hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the soul seems to flee down the slope. Sansa says, some ultimates have non-telegraphed tank busters. The way you figured out is it's usually about 3-ish seconds after certain mechanics. Oh, like in A Realm Reborn? Ifrit and Titan. They just like Fire Breath Tank Buster, Mountain Buster Tank Buster with no warning. You're just supposed to know. That is, by the way, one of the cruelest types of tank busters, because you just have to guess. Like, either you know exactly what it is, or you have to guess. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. But yeah, I do recommend, like, if you're on the fence about doing, like, savage or extreme content, do some unsynced mount farms. That is, like, many of them are difficult enough that you still get a challenge, but easy enough that you can absolutely beat them in like in a single sitting. Oh, Santo, I'm talking about Ifrit normal and Titan normal. You know, the level 20 and 35 encounters. They do something like that as well. I don't know if it's as precise as 3 seconds after AoEs, but it could be. This is a great place to hang out, don't you guys think? Getting a little soak. I sure hope this robe is like water resistant, because otherwise this is going to be really heavy. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no! We can't tell them that. We must run away. Run far away. Please don't follow me. Well, now I have to. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. You are 3.5 Smol Caetsu tall. Ah, was that what you were trying to get? the new height measurement, Smol Caetsu. Sansa says the new extreme is really nice. It's pretty straightforward when it comes to mechanics, but punishing enough to be hard. I've heard the Gale spheres are really, really mean. I haven't gone into the extreme, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Gale spheres would be really, really tough. On account of the fact that, if I remember correctly, it was the mechanic that got the most kills on my first go on normal. And when I did it with my best friend, I believe she died to it 5 times. Something like that. I can't remember how many times the mechanic happens, but it happened, but she died all but once. Something like that. So some players, it can be really hard. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, cannot be. Cannot be. Meteon's anguished voice drifts away to the south. But that is very interesting. Is it only Uvu that has the non-telegraph tank busters, or is it also in like top? Because I had sort of made the assumption that that the like unannounced tank busters style kind of like was phased out with like A Realm Reborn, because it's a very punishing style of mechanic, because you have no chance of reacting to it until you know beforehand that it's happening. Alif says, I'm happy that I get friends from Final Fantasy XIV, but then now I have to deal with them bringing tank busters to me and killing me. Oh, nice friends. Sansa says, Gales are punishing because you have either 4-person light party or 2-person enumeration stacks, and if someone dies or is wrong spot, you'll have some deaths there. Oh. Yeah, I could see that. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aetheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Caetsu, you mustn't hear, you mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Meteon's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Oh boy, what a quest, am I right? Any signs of Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Meteor are linked to a single-minded... The Meteor are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness, which connects them all across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Meteor's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Hazuki says, is this a face reveal stream? It is a stream with a camera. I think our first stream with a camera has been at least over a month ago. I'm pretty sure. So this isn't exactly a face reveal, but surprise, this is what I look like. I don't actually have those like horns. I know. Heartbreaking. Santa says in DSR, Thornton does untelegraphed tank busters. I'm not sure about top. Yikes. Alif says it feels like a bonus mechanic. Running around while casting, I get to practice slide casting more. That is true. Oh my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Very bad, my friend. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Much how Emet solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Caetsu will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Meteon's likely location, you'll proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lith. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Caetsu and Emet will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emet and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I'll keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. MSQ is now accompanying you. To calm your mind, your senses questing for any hints of Meteon's presence. But you failed to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Again, nothing this way? We try another route then. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then, when no one can find me. Meteon's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Ah, we can talk with them at Silk here. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. How is it, MSQ? How is it? Ugh, the indignation to drag my robe through the water. Hitler's better not breathe a word of this to Asim. Still, mild humiliation will be the least of our concerns if we fail to get our hands on Meteon. I don't like where this is going. Indeed, Kasari. I'm sad that Emmett doesn't complain when you drag him onto the waterfalls like that. Also, it's going to be hard to feed me to a remora. They're going to have to eat me over days, MSQ. Are you sure you have that kind of patience? Hey Ryan, how are you doing? Not here. I'm not here. Please. I'm not here. Look elsewhere. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? We will hear your report, good or bad. Like a computer. Tell me why you crashed.
Caetsu, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away. I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor, fragile heart.
Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. I just want to point out that despite how technologically advanced the ancients are, MSQ and Hythlodaeus are keeping track of each other by way of them just having really good eyesight. Meanwhile, we have link pearls. Did the ancients not find phones to be helpful tools? I'm just saying. Leaf says, you didn't drag him literally, he was the one following you. Ymir says, no, that was the elegant. I know, but what I mean is we have link pearls. The ancients are so advanced that they literally can just teleport you between places like this. I suppose the reasoning might be, oh, why would we need telephones when if I want to talk to you, I can just teleport to you and then we can talk. But still though... Oh, actually, I want this one first. Is this Neos not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteor's essence. We move on. This leads to pandemonium. I think that's the one to pandemonium at least. There, I see her. I'm pretty sure this one is to pandemonium. That is also why it's just there with no explanation at this moment. Also keep in mind that for like the first 2 weeks of Endwalker, it was there, actually serving no purpose. So, at some point, it didn't do anything. I believe it was like the first 2 weeks because the raid scene started after like New Year or so. Like around then. Whoops, too far. Excuse me, where are we going? We saw her run up this ridge, right? Why? Did I miss it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Why there? It made sense. I believe the that Endwalker was postponed by like 2 weeks.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Hi.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry.
Hey Matthew, I hope you're doing well.
If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
Shouldn't you be facing Hermes for this?
Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
It is quite funny that he just jumps to the conclusion that he has to escape with Meteon. Because, I mean, Venat and Emmett Silk both suggested that we kinda have to wrap this up and figure out what to do about it, like an armor rod or something. But Emmett Silk didn't even get an opportunity to say, I don't agree with you needing to hear the end of her report. He didn't even, like, Hermes didn't even consider that maybe Emmett Silk would be like, okay, if you want to keep Meteon in pain like this, then go on ahead. Not even giving it the chance. Yeah, right before the cutscene, I said that Endwalker was postponed, so those that started playing Final Fantasy XIV after the release of Endwalker would not possibly know this. But Endwalker was actually, like, planned date. I believe that it then was postponed 2 weeks. And that of course means that everything else in the schedule like slides 2 weeks, which meant that the original plan for when the raid should release like dropped precisely on like Christmas and New Year stuff. So they decided to like delay it a little extra so that you wouldn't have the savage raiders be like, I have to choose between hanging out, like being with my family, or playing the game, which they didn't want, which is interesting. And yeah, Matthew, you are in time for the dungeon. I think the next quest is it? Let me just check. Yep, the next quest after this one is going to be the dungeon. So if you want to come along, this is actually a great time to make your way here. Orion says, I'm trying to resell some Diadocus weapons on my server, but the undercutting wars seem pretty fierce. For anyone out of the loop, that is the name of the new crafted equipment. You're saying resell, so I'm going to assume that you bought the weapons at like a surprisingly low price and trying to sell them at like a higher price to flip them. It's because you said resell specifically. Now, I'm not the biggest market board shark myself. I'm pretty good at knowing what like everyone knows and what might not be smart if you don't have like a lot of knowledge on the subject. Like for instance, materia hoarding can both cost you dearly and make you extremely rich depending on your knowledge. But I think that it will be extremely hard to sell the weapons at like a markup if you bought them, because the price is likely only going to drop. And Matthew says, who's buying crafted weapons week 1? The Final Fantasy equivalent, the Final Fantasy XIV equivalent of whales. Like people that have amassed an obscene amount of gil might buy it just because they can. On the other hand, it has to be specifically people with an obscene amount of wealth that cannot be bothered to craft their own gear, which slims the pool even further. but they do sell. I would guess, Alif, that Rinascita weapons are going to drop immensely in price now, or at least they're going to not be sold as much. They might actually increase in price on account of no one making them, and no one buying them, and no one selling them. And Orion is going to make an attempt at completing the early Asphodelos raid, so you can queue for the new ones. That is a good idea. Anything but a market board genius myself. It's just an experiment. Of course, like, if you have the money to do the test, it might be a good lesson. Like, you learn something. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Have you never cast your accursed question to the... Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has headed to Getissus. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Venat, Caetsu. It's clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Getissus Hyperborea we go. And teleport we did. My recommendation, if you want the new crafted gear, is to wait a few weeks. Eventually the price will drop immensely once like the market has caught up. In the first week, all of the gear is going to be like crazy expensive. And there was Matthew. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Getissus? Mistress Venat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Getissus put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Getissus scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything else, and everyone else, is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. Anyway, let's continue our conversation. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we are not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Assem, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emmett Silk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potential spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you shall choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Caetsu, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Miyohazuki says this is a MSQ spoiler stream. Yes, you could say that. This is a stream where we replay through the MSQ. And of course this continues from very late in the Endwalker leveling story. So if you're completely new to the game, then you probably will not remember this when you get to Endwalker. Yeah, I see there's already people here. Let me check if Sip wants to come. Yeah, it is a very heavy, spoiler-heavy section, but let's just say that we do one of these streams a week of around 6 hours. So that has taken us 42 weeks to get here. So unless you're like super quickly speedrunning, this is going to be hundreds of hours away. Like more than 100, 200 maybe. Maybe even 300 hours away. In fact, 11 days. It's like over 250 hours probably. Right, if there's anyone else in the stream that wants to come along for Arctis's Hyperborea that have it unlocked, you are very welcome to join. We have one seat. If you are in an EU data center, you can join by visiting Alpha Light. So if you are on a light data in the light data center, you just go to an Aetheryte in one of the starting major cities and use world travel. And if you're in Chaos, you have to log out to character select, then you can right-click your character name and go from there. If you're not entirely sure, I actually have a short on it, and I'm pretty confident that if you just search on like data travel or something like that, and my YouTube channel, it should pop right up. 1 minute and you'll know what to do. Orion says he's got it, says they're coming. Awesome. I will wait for you then. But yeah, this is like extremely spoiler stuff. So if you don't want to know, this is not the stream you'd want to see. Oh, well, I see that Matthew has certainly gotten some crafted gear ready. You seem armed to the teeth, ready for Savage next week. Teresa says can't today, that's alright. Just let me know when you want the invite, Orion, and then I will invite you. But yeah, these like right at the start of any raid tier, the market can be very brutal. That's also why I put out the video last week on the 6.4 gold rush, because you can very easily lose a ridiculous amount of money if you blindly follow all of the strategies that like channels that are more knowledgeable on market will suggest to you. They will say that, oh yeah, just hoard a bunch of material and then sell it back at an at a markup because people will buy it. But the thing is, if they bought theirs at what they know is like a low price, and then materia, like maybe they were so lucky that materia dropped all the way down to like 500 gil over a month ago or something like that, for the very expensive ones, and then they know, oh, I'll make money as long as the price goes above 1,000, and then they say do that. Then people will buy the materia at 1,000 because they don't know that that's actually the normal price, for example. And that's why that Gold Rush video specifically has a little note where I mention, if I told you that you should buy materia, that could be a trick, because maybe you buy my materia and I make a profit. Like, it is pretty sinister, and I wouldn't do that. But it's that it can go that deep. Hmm. Did I spell it wrong? Isn't it I don't know if I can't search for you. That's okay, Orion, we will wait. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Corvus says some of the prices were about 14 million on Chaos. Yeah, exactly. I saw like a weapon at 4 million. Just like random weapon, 4 million. It's in the first week, the crafted equipment is completely insane. To take some of the tips that I heard from you know, people that are more in the know on this, like people that are actually in the kind of like spheres where maybe world first players actually participate, or are actually the kind of person to like sell this gear. The Savage Raiders who need the crafted gear for week 1 of Savage Raid, those that are going to be your primary audience, you know, the players that have to buy your gear if they want it, and they need it, they will just get friends to make the gear for them. Like, either they themselves can make it, maybe someone in their like free company or link shell can make it, but they will not buy yours. They prepared for this. They probably have all of the materials they need stocked in some way so that they don't get ruined by crazy market prices. And that is why I said, who's going to buy the crafted gear in week 1? Whales. The people that have such an obscene amount of wealth that they don't even care. Like, they don't even care. Like, if, like, some of the people wrote, like, a particular person, like, the thing is, on the internet, if someone doesn't provide source, the best you can do is take their word for it or assume they're lying, but some of these people, they don't have reason to lie about it. They don't gain very much from it. And I saw some people that said that in the first day of the new patch, so Tuesday, there was someone that said they made 25 million and someone said they made 80 million. You have to remember that is, they made money. That is the profit part. They went in, spent money, and came out 80 million gil richer. That might not sound like much for some players, but for other players, they're like, I can't even manage to amass enough funds to buy like a small house because I keep spending my money as I get it. And then there's these players that just go, large house. Corvus says, I have someone in my free company who can make me the gear, so I only have to buy the materials. There you go. And I believe the most expensive part of the materials are almost certainly the ones that costs causality, right? And those you can probably farm yourself, if you want. And Santos says, I server hopped across all European servers to find the cheapest maps per server. Cost me about 1.8 million for my crafted. Yeah, there you go. You like maximized your like savings, and it still cost you like, the materials cost you like like usually when I buy a crafted set a little into a patch, it's usually when the price is around 1 million, maybe a bit more. Usually a bit more. For a full set, you paid twice that to have the opportunity to make it yourself. Which you could mess up. And Matthew says, "No, I don't think anyone from my static bought their gear." And Ymir says, "I have like 200,000 gil, I never have more." Yeah, see, the reason why Smol Kai here has 1.6 million is because I'm never online to buy anything. The reason why my main has close to 20 million is because I don't spend very much money. Like, I don't have a huge income, I don't put that much effort into it. But if my spendings are practically zero, then anything I make is going to make like the graph go upwards. Yeah, the first week of raid tier is a nice way to make gil, but it's also a very nice way to lose all of your money if you make the wrong decision. Nima says, "I just buy glamour stuff." You should try and ask Sip for advice. My friend Sip, you know, on the Discord community server, he always fights his spending on glamour and dye and furniture while he's trying to save up for a medium house. Always. So he might have some advice for you. My advice typically amounts to what I said in the Gold Rush video. Find something easy to make money with. That's not easy to find. Now, are we good to go? Oh, we actually, everyone's, we have a balanced party. That's awesome. I've heard that most of the crafted sets combos are really popular because of them being like casual fits, like casual outfits. So I could totally understand that. My portrait! My portrait! They brought the entire cast of the Lion King to make this cutscene. The healer and caster bunch, you don't like them? I feel like I've heard that people really like those as well. Oh. Everyone has their own tastes. I personally, when I looked at the Orion says Will Hallowed on the first pull.
Please turn back, else I might be forced to.
It's fine, Corvus. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with you not liking it. It is like everyone has their own tastes, right? That is perfectly fine. Like I looked at the raid outfits and I was really disappointed that the healer and casters, instead of getting like awesome looking crystals flying behind them, they just get to sparkle a bit. I'm like, oh. I wanted the awesome looking crystals. I really liked the I think it was the tank one that I really liked of the dungeon sets. It's just that I will probably not use them on account of you can't dye them unless you're a Savage Raider. So I can't dye it pink, so it's basically can't use it. It's just I'm going to try and put it on and it'll just turn into my glamour plate. I'm also not like not the biggest fan of like super casual outfits for like combat jobs. Like it's not like I'm always wearing like war outfits. Like my machinist, bard, and dancer outfits are literally like a hoodie, right? So there are exceptions, but for example, my tanks are always wearing plate armor. And my casters are typically wearing something that at least looks like a mage robe. You don't like plate armor and gunbreaker? Do you don't go with the like leather coats and such? I wonder if I actually can... Nope, I'm going to lose at least a Nastron. I love this mechanic, by the way. It's very intuitive and it's still very interesting. It could make it... Oh, I think I just barely... Yes, I get the Nastron. Perfect. Nailed it. You wore the level 90 Gunbreaker like the artifact gear for almost a year. Oh. Well, yeah, the like classic Gunbreaker style is like only the actual Gunbreaker equipment, right? So your options are going to be severely limited, to put it lightly. It reminds me of I have several friends actually that are like, I want to wear like plate armor for my healers. So the plate, like, how many options do you have for plate armor on healers that isn't like, I don't know, the PvP outfits from the PvP series that is literally like a plate armor set that a healer could wear? Like, do you have other options than that? Like a few. I think, like, for instance, the stuff that drops from Omega can look like plate-like. But it's still a stretch. The Newish Guardian outfits are really good. I can't remember, Santo, is your character male or female? Because I happen to know that matters a lot for those. Ow. I moved 1 second too late. Yeah, with the Newish Guardian outfits, I happen to know that the gender matters a lot. Female Viera. Ah, okay. Can Viera wear those? Like, can they wear the hats? Or is it no hat? Because the hat is also awesome. Like those caps with an eye patch. You haven't tested? Ah, okay. That's fair. You don't use hats in games even if you can? So what, do you just have no hat? Or do you wear like glasses? Like I do? I have some hats that I would like to use if I could both wear a hat and glasses. But I would generally prefer the glasses if I have to choose just one. The 2B blindfold. Yeah, that is a popular one. An upgrade. This is always such an awkward run because there's so far until the second pack. Just running, 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 running. I just want to mention, now that I was noticing it, that nice, good job, Emir, with the rekindle on the tank. I know that it almost sounds ridiculous to say that, but I have seen so many summoners that don't care. It doesn't sound like much, but rekindle is like over 1,000's worth of healing potency. It is like, even though it's just the one, it helps so much. I just wanted to say, nice. Good that you take the time to do it. Corvus says, I always use Rekindle. Now the thing is, I'm not saying that people aren't using Rekindle. The specific thing that I'm pointing out is that a lot of summoners, too many, use Rekindle on themselves because they're too lazy to bother to switch target. And then they heal themselves while they're at full health and do nothing, and then like the heal over time effect just goes to waste entirely. Like over 1,000 healing potency just gone in the wind because you couldn't be bothered to switch target to the tank for a second. So that's why I wanted to highlight it. Because it's also something that is easily something, well, no one else notices anyway, why should I bother? So, you know, when you do something good, it's worth I'm sure people like being appreciated. Oh dear. Good, you saw it. I was really confused what we were going to do there for a moment. Front. Ah, nice built-in true north on my dragon side, so I don't even have to think. Not going to use my Life of the Dragon for 1% HP though. Leaf says, as a healer main, whenever I play other jobs, I will always try to help the healer hold on to their sanity through the dungeons. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you have played the tank and healer roles, you're more likely to understand how much it matters, right? That is why it is not a bad, like, to master your job that you like to play, learning how other jobs work can help you master your job. And it doesn't even have to be, like, it can be something as weird as play Black Mage for a little bit. Then suddenly you understand how Black Mages approach a boss fight. They, all the time, they're casting their spell going, I sure hope someone else will soak this thing. Ooh, I sure hope that stack marker comes to me and I don't have to come to it. Things like that. That is, of course, exaggerating a little bit, but you get the idea. Besides this, I like to use corsages and maybe a ribbon or some head accessory sometimes. That's nice. I think, like, of course, the reason why I settled on glasses is, of course, because I wear glasses. I probably wouldn't if I wasn't, like, a glasses person myself. Hmm. Shadowbringer's healer was horrible. Wait, why? I don't feel like there were a huge amount of changes from Shadowbringers to Endwalker. Or did you mean like the jump from Stormblood to Shadowbringers where they really simplified a lot of things on some of the healers? Like, just to highlight a specific one for those that came into Final Fantasy XIV after Endwalker. In Stormblood, Scholar had an ether flow spender that did the same thing that deployment tactics does in PvP, where it spreads your dots. So you actually, like, in an AoE context, you actually had to, like, go, should I save all of my resources for healing, or should I, like, pump the damage here? And yeah, you also had energy drain, and I believe energy drain also did more damage and also recovered MP for you and stuff like that. That was a lot. But then in Shadowbringers, they sort of like normalized all the healers to like play almost the exact same way, which has continued. You had so many tanks that died out of not looking at their HP and just running ahead. Oh. That is interesting. For a significant portion of Shadowbringers, I played mainly healers because one of the friends that I played with the most played tank. But that can of course mean that the reason I didn't notice was because I typically had a friend tanking for me. But not always.
So, it comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Why does he have like a what are they called? Like a spaghetti situation here. What's going on there? Just a moment. Why does he have like a spaghetti bib? you see what I mean? Like a bib. Like those you have like up tied here for when you're eating. Very, very pointless because it's completely holds through and through.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
I just barely noticed that my focus target had been reset.
Unleash your power.
Umia said, why do you fight him like 3 times? And I had to like process that for a moment because I didn't realize you meant like in general. I suppose they really want you to really understand Hermes. Ow. To fight him 4 times. Is it 4 times? Might be right on that. Let's see. In Crystal Tower. In here. Zodiac. Oh yeah, and then yes, that's true. You fight him 4 times. Uh-oh, we didn't get the buff up interrupted. Youch. I completely missed that. I couldn't have interrupted it, but that was painful. Nope, messed up the rotation sequence. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Dancing winds, pierce my foe. Even when transformed, I am not finished yet.
The very last moment where limit break would make sense. See, this is what to interrupt. Nice. You know, it's fair. If you never interrupt it, you'll never know how much it matters, right? Or if you always interrupt it.
My power.
If you always interrupt a buff like that, you won't know how much of a difference it actually makes when you don't do it. So, like, I mean, it's not a bad thing to go, well, let's see. And it's also easy to miss. You fat-fingered your interrupt the first time, so it wasn't available. Ah, I see. It's fine. I also, like, I noticed after the mechanic happened that we completely missed it, so that's no problem. I just realized that we messed up. We messed up. As a group. Let's see. Colbus says, I started tanking in Endwalker and I really enjoy it. That's good. If you just started tanking in Endwalker and you played healer and Shadowbringers, that also means that maybe if you had started tanking in Shadowbringers, you would have realized that you really would enjoy tanking more. Like, that is sometimes how it goes. The very dungeon you're playing right now was the first one I tanked with a friend as a healer. Wait, how did you level to 87 without tanking anything? Did you just like do open world content and fates and stuff to level? Or like daily roulettes where you're not actually tanking? Like do the daily frontline? By the way, frontlines, if you care about the series experience, like the series track with all those rewards, you get like nearly 3,000 series XP for doing your daily frontline now. That does include the points you get for the match itself, but that's regardless of whether you win or lose. Like, you can get last place and you still progress like 2,500 series XP. It's really good. Like, if you just do one single frontline a day, you will get the series level 25 reward in, I would say, like less than 2 months from just doing that. And remember, you have 8 months to get it. 8. So no rush. You don't even have to do it every day. You did deep dungeons as Gunbreaker. Ah. Now, I would say this is a really brutal dungeon to be your first, though. But I'm glad it didn't scare you away. Alif says, some Shadowbringers has some dungeons where healing is a workout even for me. Is it? Like, speaking of Shadowbringers dungeons, Matoya's Relict is like really, really easy. Or did they change that? Because I feel like it's always like trivially easy. Like just weirdly, as one of the last dungeons of the expansion, they just throw one where it's like, the ad pulls don't really matter, the bosses, you might not even see all the mechanics. The first boss has a stack marker that is so far in that your average group will not see it. Alif says, thanks for the stream. Enjoy the rest with everyone. I'm going to sleep. Alright, Alif. Thank you for checking in and good night. I'm good. It's good to hear that, Corvus. I just know that some people might like have a bad experience with doing tanking for the first time and then really not want to go again. And yeah, Packle Fan is like in the other direction. The whole first bit of the dungeon, like all of the packs, are really weirdly segmented. Like there's actually a wall that you can help break if you like tank the mobs on top of the rock. You can help the dragon on the other side of the rock kill it, so you can push along further faster. So you can pull like 4 packs in your first pull. But both of the first 2 pairs of packs has a mage in them that will attack you from range. So you actually have to like round up all of the mobs from the tank's perspective. You have to round up all of the mobs and then carry them over to the mages, who will be in 2 different positions unless you specifically went out of your way to position them as well. It's crazy. And it's just a random dungeon. Surprise. And I believe it's like Matoya's Relic and then Packle Fan, right? Or is there someone in? Is there one in between? I can't remember.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow. and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Aetheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Aetheris.
Who were you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
Ironic.
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of MSQ of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to MSQ and Hythlodaeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteion. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteion!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Almost! Oh! Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteion's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
No!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, MSQ.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet... feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to MSQ and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
What became of the others, I wonder?
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Caetus Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venat and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venat was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venat about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I'm just envisioning Emmett Silk finally returning to the star and going, "Oh man! I messed up!"
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Is this the end of the cutscene? I think it might be. Alright, catching up on chat. Dowlord says, "Hey man, just finished watching your 1 to 50 guide on Black Mage. Thanks for the help. Glad to hear it was useful. I hope it was the Endwalker edition of it. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, so first I made a little paste here, meaning of sophistry, because Emmett used big words in the cutscene. The use of clever but false arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. He called Hermes, basically pointing out that what he's doing is the same as what these people are doing, because they are creating entities, and if they're not good enough for the world, they'll just undo them again. So obviously it's only fair if we do the same test for these people themselves, right? And Emmett Silk claims that that is a clever but false argument intent on deceiving. And Macho Muchacho says Hermes is into bondage. Is he? And Kasari, I hear that Tracy has been standing in front of the queue to slap Hermes since we entered Elpis last week, at the very least, possibly before that. So you'll have the second seat at best. Dharma Pratama says, "Do you have any class suggestions for casual beginner player?" And also adds that I tried Summoner, but it's kind of boring for me, and I used to tank or heal on other MMOs. Summoner is considered extremely easy, like insanely easy. So if you find it too simple, too boring, that's okay. Also, hey Gilano and Minoto, I hope you're both doing well. If you find it too easy and you're used to tanking or healing, then my recommendation would be, if you're feeling like healing, I would say start with Conjurer, so the one that turns into White Mage. Not because I'm thinking that you don't know how healing works, but because healing works a little differently in Final Fantasy XIV. If you watch my somewhat new White Mage guide, you will hear that within the first few minutes of the guide, for the level 1 to 50 guide, I will say something to the effect of attacking is an important aspect of healing in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, it's so important that it is joked that in Final Fantasy XIV you have red DPS, that's these jobs and these jobs, those attacking DPS jobs. Then you have blue DPS jobs, those are the tanks, and then you have the green DPS jobs, those are the healers. And White Mage is possibly the attackiest of all the healers, in a way. So, attacking is a huge aspect of it, where in other MMOs it might be a lot more okay to just completely stop healing, or completely stop attacking to just focus on healing. You can do that in Final Fantasy XIV, but it is a lot less normal in Final Fantasy XIV. So like learning how healing works in the game is not a bad idea. Then if you find that White Mage isn't for you, if you've already tried Summoner and gotten it to level 30, you can unlock Scholar, which is a healer with a pet. Like pet management is actually the only job in the game that has like proper pet management at all. It's not much, but it's more than all of the other jobs have. Like positioning of the pet, stuff like that, and commanding it around. So you might find that interesting. But I would recommend, if you want to try healing, to start with Conjurer to like get acquainted with how the jobs work, because many of the healers have very similar toolkits in a way. If you would rather tank, then Paladin is the easier attacking wise. Like its rotation is insanely simple, and only like for the first 50, nearly 60 levels, possibly nearly 70 levels, they don't really add very much beyond a 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 user cooldown 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. It's very simple, but defensively it's not super strong, because it's among the tanks. It is the latest to have any consistent self-healing whatsoever, which is a common thing that tanks have relatively early, but not Paladin. They get it at like level 84, which is super late. Like attacking and healing at the same time. If you would rather have a slightly easier time with the defensive portion, then I would recommend Warrior. It is at high level, around level 56, it gets this ability called Raw Intuition, which some players say basically make you immortal for 6 seconds. 8 seconds when you get the upgrade at higher level. Which is hilarious. However, for the first 69 levels, Warrior's rotation, if you want to like do big damage numbers, is far more involved than the Paladin one. You will get a damage buff you have to maintain through your rotation. You will have to like stockpile resources to optimize bursts every minute if you want to maximize damage, and things like that. So it gets a little bit more involved in the attacking part. That is not to say whether Warrior Paladin, which one is stronger. They're both pretty even in power. It's just that Warrior takes a bit more effort for the first 69 levels. I go over this in the video that I linked. But yeah, I would recommend, if you want to heal, go with Conjure first. If you don't like that, but you still want to heal, play the Summoner up to 30. So the Arcanist up to 30 and unlock Scholar. Try that. If you don't like that either, then you might not like healing in Final Fantasy XIV. If you want to try tanking, I would say if you want a more involved attack rotation, go Warrior. If you don't mind the harder time with defensives, which will mean that you will have to be a lot more like strategic with where you use your cooldowns and stuff like that, then you can go Paladin. It comes with the benefit of hardly having any difficulty with its attack rotation whatsoever for a large portion of time. You might have to like play around with it a bit, but you could also just choose Paladin or Warrior depending what you like more aesthetically. At max level, both Warrior and Paladin are considered equally very easy to play, but that's at max level. What else did I miss? Matthew says, it's a good thing they don't have a very fast computer for Kairos. It's incredible that both Meteion and Kairos talk like computers, right? Also, why didn't Emet-Selch attack Kairos? Is Kairos invulnerable? Is it not intangible? Did he just assume he wouldn't be able to damage it? Was he afraid that attacking it would make things worse? Just weird. And Download says, I think it was the Endwalker version. Wish I had some sort of warning on the leveling portion. Had myself dying during job quests. Oh. Yeah, some of the job quests are a little brutal. I don't know how far you are with Black Mage, Downlord, how many of the job quests you've done, but here's a tip. Put this spell on your bars for your job quests. You will not need it for dungeons. I'm pretty sure I even say that in the guide. But this spell is extremely helpful when you're alone. I actually also do like the level 1 to I think like 60, 58, 56 so far. I have done of the Black Mage quests in like streams as well on this character, but I can't say for sure where they are because some of them have been like after a main quest stream and some of them have been in separate streams. But this spell you can use, like if you have a Thundercloud, you can just throw thunder on someone and then put them to sleep and it will not wake them up. They'll take damage. You can proc Thundercloud so it can just go ham on someone else while that person is sleeping. It's surprisingly powerful. So I would recommend that. I don't know if it will help you, but if you're finding it's a little difficult, that would be my advice. And Licky is here. It says, previous warrior main here. What did you change to? What happened? And Sib is here, says, I always use my white mage sleep spell. Do you... When? When do you use it? It is very easy to forget. I don't know when you would use it in like regular content. You got your summoner now got burned out of tanking. That's alright. I think also summoner is a lot more interesting at higher level. Just to add to the thing we were talking about with summoner earlier, that it is very, very, very easy. A lot of jobs like gradually unlock their toolkit, like for example, Dragoon has a 1-2-3 combo at level 26. By level 50 it has 2 different paths of 1-2-3 combos. By level 60 it has 2 different like 1-2-3-4 combos, and like by level 70 it's 2 different 5-step combos. Compare that to Summoner, basically your entire rotation until level 60 you have unlocked at level 22. At level 22. You unlock some AoE variations to the attacks, but you have your rotation for the first 60 levels at level 22, and then they just upgrade the damage numbers on them. And what they add at level 58 and 60 is that they make it easier and then add 1 extra spell to use. An off global cooldown spell. So an ability really. The Astral Flow thing. And at level 70, they add 1 more. And level 80, they change it a little bit, but ultimately don't add anything. And then at level 86, they add like 4 new spells all at once. So basically, if you find the summoner rotation boring at level 22, then you're probably going to burn out quickly, because it's not really going to add very much for like 60 levels. Like, it will make your attack animations look cooler, but the coolest optimization and thing you can improve on yourself is the fact that Summoner can benefit from auto-attacking in between its spell casts. Like, if you actually read the tooltips, the Emerald and the Topaz Ruin spells, those that Gemshine turns into, actually hardly do any more damage than regular Ruin. The only difference is that they're instant. Which means you can smack things with your book while you're doing it. Mage auto attacks. It's almost like a meme around these parts. Licky says, if you don't like level 30 Summoner, level Scholar to 86 instead. You could do that. Download says, just finished my grind a while ago at 49. 1 more round of tanks dying to the first trash bullet Aurum Veil. Oh boy. You have to do that first trash pull in 2 bits. Either you have to do it in 2, or you have to do a corner pull. And the thing is that the vast majority of players in general in Final Fantasy XIV hardly know what a corner pull even is, because you don't need it. You don't need it anywhere. Like, you don't really need it, so people don't learn it. But a corner pull is the fact that, as you know, if enemies are casting or shooting at you, but you turn a corner, they will not have line of sight to you, so they can't shoot you, so they will run to you. And several of the mobs in the first room of Aurum Vale are ranged. So you just run past them into the boss room, around the corner, and then the mobs will bunch up next to you. And then, unless your healer's really good, you die, and then you wipe anyway, and then you do the pull of the first room in 2 or 3 bits instead to make sure you don't wipe again. And I have been in every version of this pull over the years. Aurum Vale is really difficult. Hey Green, how are you doing? Did you enjoy the new raid? And the new story? In vague terms? Licky says, as someone who is extremely experienced at tanking Aurum Vale, I still do 2 pulls in the first room. I will typically do the first room in, depending on the healer. If I know the healer's good, like there's no sprout icon and their items, like their gear suggests they're high level, then I'll do it in 1 pull if I'm the tank. If they seem to be a newer player, I'll do it in 2 pulls. And yes, if you're an aspiring tank and you want some advice, learn ways to determine how strong your healer is at a glance. Like, at least to gauge their skill, because you have to like test them in a way to know what you can get away with. If they're weak, you might wipe if you pull too much. If they're strong, they'll get very bored if you pull very little. And because you get the responsibility of pulling, right, then it's difficult if you don't know how to know. I typically just, if I don't know, I'll just pull like the healer's really strong. Like, if the healer doesn't take it, then we adjust. If they do it, then I know that they're strong. Zach Bowden says, I'm new and just hit level 50. I want to do a lot of the ARR dungeons, raids and trials, etc., but I don't know where to start. Do I have to unlock them? Any tips on what I should do now? So, many of the dungeons are entirely optional. And therefore they might be easy to miss. I could imagine that you might risk spoiling yourself to something by doing so, but if you look for like Final Fantasy XIV dungeons, like Google it, then there should be a console games wiki page where they just list every single dungeon. And most of the level 50 dungeons there you should be able to unlock. Some of them require that you progress more on the main story, but you could do that. For trials, I think it's like, I think it's just the Earth's Fount, Odin, that is optional. I think pretty much all of the other trials, let me see if I can check here. Pretty much all of the other trials are mandatory and you will find them on your way. No problem. In regards to the raid, the Binding Coils of Bahamut, I would say if you can find some people to carry you through it, like high level players to just carry you through it so you can experience it, you could do that. But you will never get in on queue. Like, you will have to go in with a prepared group, because these roulettes, like trial roulette, there's also a normal raid roulette, but we haven't actually unlocked any raids on this character. The Binding Coils of Bahamut is not in those raids, like in that list, so people will only enter there if they actively choose to queue for it, and people don't. Because Binding Coils of Bahamut is incredibly hard for a normal raid. I don't think Mental Roulette has Binding Coils of Bahamut. There are fights that you might not even be capable of soloing in there, even at level 90. So that's why I'm saying bring some friends if you want to experience it. But if you can't do that, the raids of Final Fantasy XIV are side stories. Specifically, the Binding Coils introduce a few characters, or a character that turns out to be very important later. But the story will play perfectly fine, regardless of whether you do this raid or not. You will not miss it. That's the thing. The raid storylines are like separate paths that are not significant for the main story, specifically so that you can choose to skip them. That's why we haven't done these on these rewind streams yet. So I would say, if you can't find people to do the raid with, just skip it for now and come back later. The trials will come if you continue your main quest. There's one called Earth's Fount, in regards to Odin, if you want to get the optional trial there. But everything else comes naturally. For dungeons, there are a lot of optional dungeons, and all of the optional dungeons have like small stories like for each of them, but again, they're optional, hence their stories are not important to the main story. So if that is the reason why you want to do them, then no fear. But I would say try and find the list of level 50 dungeons and see what you can and cannot unlock. If you want to be sure you don't spoil yourself to anything when you look, you could go until you like reach Heavensward and then just circle back around and do all of the level 50 dungeons then, when you know for certain you have access to all of them. That's the best I can do. Also, hey Maha, how are you doing? And Green just got home. Paul says, I kind of miss old Summoner. Me too. I mained Summoner and Shadowbringers. And exactly, Greens, that is how I pull the Aurum Veil as well. And Darlord suggests, figuring out if the healer's good by judging their glam if they have swag. And then Nicky with the hard mentor burns. If the healers and mentor do small pulls only. And exactly, the typical way to find optional content, as Corvus says, is to look for the blue quests with a plus. But that can be anything. That can be, like, the only thing it tells you is that it unlocks something. You've been getting burned from questing, so I was thinking of doing more of the group content. Well, you could do that. You could also try deep dungeons like Palace of the Dead. I would suggest googling it if you're not sure what that is. I actually have a guide on Palace of the Dead on the channel, but I can't actually remember if it includes how you unlock Palace of the Dead. But that should be something you also have access to. But yeah, it is true, Matthew. Like, if you have a level 90 friend in tow, you can experience most of the Binding Coils of Bahamut by them just dragging you through it. If you have 2 level 90s, you can probably clear the whole thing. Right. I feel like Venat has been standing here for very long, just standing there like, I'm not sure what's happening inside that small head of hers. That is correct, it is the house that Death built in in Gridania's Inn. Let me bask in Venat's glory, she is very tall. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more intellect keys. He put much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. Alright, Green, good night.
He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the meteor would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day, hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Van Daniel.
She is the true White Tower.
Caetsu, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince him at Silk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylaeon.
And then she walks off without me. Classic. The long ride home. And we got new gear. Is the Discord server not in the video description? I thought it was, or is that just the Twitter? I've posted a Discord link. New gear? You don't have the i660 Savage Biz yet? I know. I'm a failure. I don't even have the 640 crafted gear yet. Such a long ride. Imagine not having a static to run X splits week 1. 8 splits week 1. Oh boy. That sounds horrible. I don't want to do that. I have raided pretty like hardcore back in World of Warcraft, but I never ever ran like split runs. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Venat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I'll just be right back, and then we will watch the cutscene. Alright, I'm back. This is a manatee. It's the Watcher because he watches you guys when I go from the PC. He watches over the Zodi live chat. Manatee, exactly. Leaky says, my static is planning week 3 to 4 for first Savage finish. That's pretty good. Hazuki says, this is the Dragoon class. Yes, this is, we're playing as the Dragoon. If you want to see, like, footage of me playing as other jobs, the YouTube channel has, like, VODs, stream VODs, of different, of like a series that we call Oops All something. Where I will do dailies as a specific job only. There can be a little bit of spoilers because sometimes we land in a dungeon that is very story relevant. But for the most part, it gives you an option to watch how the job plays at max level, if you're interested. For any job, like there's some that I haven't covered yet. Mostly if I don't have a new version of a guide for the job, then there's not a VOD to go with it. Time for a nice chill cutscene. Yes, very, very chill.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Perhaps I should stay and help.
I appreciate your sentiment. I truly do. But 'tis a very long game that we must now play. And while you have maintained a stable presence here thus far, there are dangers in lingering over long.
Is there?
No. You must return to your own battlefield. Make use of the knowledge you have attained, that your days here and our friends' sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done.
I wonder if our character ever told Venat that it was actually Elidibus that sent us here?
In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
And back to the present we go.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiark! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Oh, sweet! I got the rope with me. Souvenirs. Woohoo! Right, so Tracy says, I have questions about this. If any of you have any questions about that cutscene, it's a pretty big cutscene. If you have any questions about it, you're very welcome to ask them. I'll try my best to see if I can explain. Does each time she is wounded signify a rejoining? There's been 7 rejoinings, right? I don't think she got, like, wounded 7 times, but that could be like a poetic way to put it, because obviously that's not how it actually went down. That's just like walking down a dark corridor, so it would be like entirely in like a storytelling fashion that she would be hit. But that is actually a good point. That might be it. I don't think I can explain that. That specific thing where she's walking down that path is very abstract, I feel like, is the best way I can put it. So that one, I don't think I can effectively answer. I'm not sure, at least. But it is a good suggestion, Tracy. I think that is actually not a bad idea, that it could be that. I just switched us back to the winter coat we had here, since we don't have to wear our sophist robe. Actually, I just realized it's called a sophist robe, and MSQ called it sophistry. Are they implying that all of the ancients are sophists? I know, Tracy, I know that, you know, it's not what actually happened, but I mean, like, it might be a poetic way to explain it. That's the best I can say. Caetsu, impeccable timing, as always. I'd heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often it seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments. Well, we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. I know. I'm quite incredible like that. Welcome back, Ymir. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Yeah. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alfred have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Amwenus is one of the worst affected. Tancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Cesaro and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortunato to the people of Ratzatan. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizé, Estelin and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now? The final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortuno. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Caetsu. Please, you must help them. You sure you don't want to hear my story before I go out and possibly die? Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. Ymir, I think you missed the second half of the cutscene at the end of Caetu's Hyperborea, and then you missed the very, very iconic cutscene with Venat. Sang Bowden says, does anyone know how to get trophy crystals? I know they're from PvP, but it's from a game mode or all PvP. So, I can't access it from this character, but if you've unlocked PvP, go into the PvP profile, like open this, there'll be a menu where it says something about series experience, and there'll be like a series track button somewhere on the right side of the menu. If you click that, you'll see like almost like a battle pass, if you know that from other games, like a battle pass looking system. Every time, whenever you do any PvP content, when you finish the match, whether it's Crystalline Conflict or any frontline, you will be given series XP as a reward, and whenever you level up, you will like move along the track. You open the track, and then there will be trophy crystals. If you have unlocked them, you just click on the trophy crystal, and it'll be like, do you want these 1000 trophy crystals? And then you just click yes, and boom, 1000 trophy crystals are in your possession. And every 5 series levels, there's going to be like unique rewards that are specific to that track. And we've been told that they will eventually be purchasable for trophy crystals or something else. But so far, I don't even believe the first series rewards have been made purchasable anywhere. I hope that answers your question, Zach. Did you find it? Ymir says, are you doing the role quests or are you skipping them? We might do them when we have finished the main quest on account of them being entirely optional. There's also the part that they're actually explained to make logical sense that you can do them after the story of Endwalker passes, I believe. That like they are explained to still make logical sense, but they are optional, so we're going to save them for later. Good to hear, Zach. Caetsu, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glaciers the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you and you are ready to depart. Upon departing from the Magna Glaciers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is another one. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. What combat in my movie? Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Jack says, I'm a new player. May I ask how you set your third hotbar? I placed it on my hot, but I can't add stuff to it. Does it unlock later? Just 1 second. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Not really. So, if you have... So you go into the hot layout, you can choose your hotbar, and you can have to make sure you enable it. If you haven't enabled it, then it will not be present, so you can't click on it. So you have to choose the hotbar, place it where you want, click UI element settings, and enable it if it isn't enabled in the first place. If you have done that and it's still not working, make sure that this lock thing is open, because if it's locked, then you can't actually like drag keybinds and stuff. Make sure it's open so you can move your keybinds. Let me know if that helps you, Jax. And the other reason that I needed to stop myself from going into this is that I want to repair my gear. Did it work, Jax? Time for the very long duty, indeed. Earlier on the Magna Glaciers.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled. I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Strong Raiden thrust, I think. Oh boy. Indeed.
I can handle this pair. You
shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
I guess we're playing as Alphino. Alright, give me a moment. Let me just read my things.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Heal, heal.
Help is at hand.
Oh man, they need 2 each. Are you serious? Also, this is an absurd way of keybinding this. Are you for real?
Leave it to me.
Can I move these? I can't. Are you really, game? Is this what we're doing? Wow. Uh-oh. Well, they were not worth healing, I suppose.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Oh wait, I can do this. That's fine. That's good enough.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
There we go. Now it's acceptable. Now I can actually play the game.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
Are we fighting this? Can I shield us together with this? Okay, excellent, I can. Oh, it's a single target one. I actually thought it was the AoE version. I didn't even read it properly. I thought it said prognosis. The twink and the twonk. What a duo. I can see why they make checkpoints in this. This would be hard for some players, I feel. I'm trying to heal Estinian, but I forget to actually target Estinian. Because I somehow targeted the boss instead. I just wasted spam healing myself. Like I was trying to heal Estinian, but I didn't realize that I was targeting the boss, so I just spam healed myself instead. Really awkward.
Hard, but not hard enough.
Maybe you shouldn't taunt it, Estinian. I don't think it liked that. Oh, there we go. Was that it? Yep.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Oh, two more of them and a bigger one.
Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Mind if I cut in?
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
And one gunblade.
Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
Welcome to yours, your fortuner.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate.
Voldemort.
To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices.
She who must not be named.
Now, let's go!
She who must be fed lots of candy. What do you have, Alice? Oh boy, that's a long combo. And a limit break, excellent. And a raid cooldown. Ooh, look at you. That's pretty good as well. Accept my humble sacrifice. Thank you, Emir. Your sacrifice has been accepted. Are you single targeting them? Are you... Oh, okay, for a moment there I thought you were... That was what we were doing. Candy for the small god. She requires delicious sweet sacrifices. A little bit of healing. And then a melee combo. This is not doing very much. Emir, you're not commenting too much. I appreciate you participating. Why am I casting heals when Graha can heal me when I go low? And he heals me better than I heal him.
Not today.
Looks like that limit break bar is important. We're getting a raid buff. Wham! Raid buff time. This is surprisingly like enough of the red mage rotation that it doesn't feel too lacking, but it is a little weird the way they've constructed it.
I'm not done yet.
None to worry about.
That's... Oh.
The air crackles with energy.
Yumi
Find
says.
cover.
Yumi says, I wish I could switch jobs on the fly like Graha or Venat. Yeah, me too. Not what I wanted.
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
But I'm doing a melee combo, I say. All like the Warrior of Light in the Shadowbringers trailer. Indeed, absolutely true. 200,000. Pretty good. Pretty good.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Pelika's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece.
That must be very scary. Imagine you happen to be saved by like the only people able to save you in like your homeland. You travel across the world and you get in danger again. Guess who's there to save you? Like the only people that can. How lucky must you feel in that very moment?
Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
It's the trailer saying.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Get it together, Alizé. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less.
Yes, Ymir, it was the longest stun in existence.
You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
You know what the Eorzea's champion doesn't do? Randomly talk to themselves. They just eerily never speak very much. Just destroy everything.
Oh.
It me. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen.
I can look after myself, you know.
True, Ymir.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Then I get to play as myself this time. Let me just see what actions I have.
Trio for the ages.
And Ymir says, why is it both Graha and Venat are White Mage and Paladin? I believe Graha is like White Mage, Paladin, and Black Mage, which makes good sense since it's like the most magically inclined jobs, and Paladin is the most magically inclined of the tanks. It is worth pointing out that Emmett Silk plays as a Dark Knight or a Black Mage in Crisis Hyperborea. Can't remember what Venat plays as a DPS. She plays as Dancer. Oh yeah, that obviously she plays as Dancer like in the fight against her. Duh. I knew that. I can't explain that one though.
Just the beginning.
Because it's cool. Fair point. that is a good enough argument. That was way easier, wasn't it? Oh look! More friends! Hey, Stinian. It is great music. Gra, you okay? You got this? You good, mate? Alphina, are you pumping a little too hard on the damage and maybe should do some more healing spells? Okay, they're coming. Good. I was just about to say. Being a little greedy on the deeps over there. And why is LSA casting random AoE actions? I don't know. Ymir says, why did you choose that voice? The voice for Smol Caetsu? I don't know. I liked it in the moment. I think there's nothing more to it than that. Just I liked it in the moment. It's funny that in retrospect I found out that it is one of those. It's the voice with some of the voice like sound emote sounds that some people almost have nightmares about. I don't, but it is funny in retrospect. Ellison sounds drunk sometimes. Well, you can't win all of them. You just have to choose the voice that you like the most and then roll with it.
Now, where were we?
That was a little close. I didn't expect that order of actions to resolve. Like in that specific way. I should have done those in the opposite order, but that's fine. The boss is dead anyway. You have a haircut. I hope it'll be nice.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
Yes, you would.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Oh.
Xenos! Here!
He's just out here XP grinding.
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship. Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
Yeah, fate farming indeed, Nil.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us, not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome?
Good point. He has a good point with that question.
If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos!
Wait, there's more.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Point taken. I'll be off then.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being.
Nils says, tell him off, Alice. Show him where he can stick his grapes. Your polygonal grapes. Xenos.
There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilsabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Heh. He just might. To see Zeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. He will. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. I know. I come from the past. To get new weapons, apparently. See ya.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Oh yeah, this. Pudding way?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans.
How did they get here when it was so impossible for us to go there?
It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom? Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more. Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
You may.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May thy disciples banish this darkness of night.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Awesome. Putting way over on the right. Daisy says, am I the last one here? And we're in Sharlayan. I don't think you're the last one here. Usually if people are mainly just lurking, often the YouTube will simply not count them as a viewer after a while, I think. And that's why often when something particularly exciting or something people want to talk about happens, suddenly the amount of concurrent viewers just pops up because a bunch of people clicked on the window and maybe even clicked on the chat and was about to write something and then didn't. So I don't know if you're the only one here. But I'm glad to have you here, at the very least. I dare say Master Fortuner was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelberg's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. Indeed. I suppose he is where the new MSQ stuff happens. Not a lot of people today. In comparison to Patch Day. It is a very interesting way to count watchers nil. I think the general idea is that I can just assume that if someone's saying something in chat, then there is someone watching. Sometimes people put like a perpetual like vote on the stream so that they know how many have actually checked in and bothered to participate. But that does only help so much because, you know, people come and go. But it is very funny when sometimes I can have the... There's been... A few weeks ago, there was a stream where near the start of the stream, YouTube claimed I had -1 viewer. I don't know how you would have that, while 4 people were talking in the chat. And it is not unusual that the amount of people discussing something in the chat is more than the amount of viewers according to YouTube. So, yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetherius, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporrits our desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. Exactly, look, Orion is still here. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the game, while also enjoying it with me. Thank you so much. To what revelations did Heidelberg's Elpis flower lead? A long story, my friends. I know how the final day started. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. Were an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the Great Expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetherius. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. True. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon, and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are 2 conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Etheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? The Venat I know would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and other Echo-blessed allies. We couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Knock knock. Convenient timing. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rastra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Oh. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Ryan says, I just did 4th circle. Tried to teleport away from the center to avoid the lightning area and ported into the death wall. You know, that is actually extremely common in that fight, because of how the mechanics in sequence sort of try to get you to like switch between the edge and the center a lot. Our foe is now a little goth girl hanging out at the edge of the universe. Yes, a little goth girl. The Forum is in session, and as such, the Rostra is closed to visitors. I'm expected. A scion of the 7th Dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Well, if you insist. I could have ran through the whole room, you know. Oh, we've caught up to the Reaper here. They were doing the MSQ when we were still in Elpis. Maybe the cutscene is extremely long. With no warning.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
My glasses!
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after.
Hey Skin, I hope you're doing well.
Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
That is a good line.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it."
The eyes have it.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Hey, he voted against.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Skin says, I'm trying to have a good one, have a good time, I'm assuming. 13-hour workdays do not agree with me. Oh, that is evil. That is brutal, man. I hope you make it through, and I hope you can find some time to rest when you're done. I will be right back, and then we will continue. as usual, enjoy the company of the Watcher. Nil says, "Oh, great Watcher, what is your wisdom? Eat healthy. Watch out for glass doors. They are sometimes difficult to dodge." Good to hear, Skin. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Heidelin and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Ether Burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Ether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. I was just thinking, Alphino, how would we actually know how to fix an Ether Burner? As instructed, I shall take you to see the Ether Burner. Meet me outside the Archaeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Indeed. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophiline take you to the medial circuit. So, one particular thing I remember about this particular part of the story is that it is weirdly long and replaces the music in the zone with an aggressively exciting song for what we're actually doing. It's a little funny because of how many quests it does that, or how long it does that. You wish to use the lift? Yes? Yes, please. I'll do it alone after all of the scions have gone, please. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of Miriel Agronomics. Interesting names. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. You got it, boss. That is quite a long trip. Through here? Ah, yes, the polygonal grapes. Let's pay our respect to the polygonal grapes. What's left of them, at least. Pray to the grape. This music is very nice, though. It's also very calm with the rain and all that. By the way, where's the rain coming from? Is it like automatic? Did they generate that too? And this is very relaxing. Oh, there's Lilith again. Oh, that reminds me. Orion said, speaking of Lilith, that Diablo 4 is launching soon, isn't it? I don't know. Let's see. June 5th, or if you paid extra for a fancier edition, then it's June 1st. I don't know, because I don't plan on playing it. But I hope people will enjoy it, those that will. That is honestly the most important thing. If you happen to look forward to Diablo 4, I hope you will enjoy it. If you don't care, then I hope you have other things that you look forward to. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Oh yeah, I remember this. Why, father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. It is no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporrits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. That is true. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. Orion says, I have to say I haven't been following up on streams for it, but like I did enjoy coming back for Diablo 3 seasons. What do you mean with following up on it on streams? I have played Diablo 3 for a few seasons, but I also like it's nice for a bit. I think the seasonal system is really good for it due to introducing a reason to start over. Whereas if you just play Diablo 3 as it is, then every time you come back you're like, oh, I have everything. Or you could, if you played enough. Yadana says, I remember an interview where Yoshida said he was a big Diablo fan, and if he could have a collab with a Blizzard game, it would be Diablo. That's interesting. I do, however, think that Diablo, like Diablo 4 especially, might be a little bit too gruesome to mesh well with Final Fantasy XIV, despite everything that we have seen in Final Fantasy XIV. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Thank you. Cup noodles! Cup noodles! The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Welcome back, Emir. I shall take you to him. Walks forward and disappears into nothingness. Good luck finding your way. This music is very nice. speaking of the weirdness where they replaced the music in this zone for a weirdly long time with an extremely upbeat, like much more heroic music. The reason why it feels so strange is because this is perfectly fine for most of that like quest line.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Ether Burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Ether Burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Probably.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
Oh, just 6? That's nothing.
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Teeny tiny toy boat?
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks.
Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
This sounds like a job for someone else. You want me to go and fetch the what's-its? I could, like, munch on them a little bit.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option.
Also, Alisaie, since when has the tasks given to the Warrior of Light been weighed on whether you would find them interesting or not? That's what I thought.
Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
Oops.
What's all this? Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Nice.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Whoa, baby! Indeed, Emir.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer.
Indeed, Sekert. And also, yeah, Emir, this is like in anime where there's something going really well, and then you hear the like the intro theme song play in the background, and then you know it's going to be good.
I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Right, and my head out. Let's see. Jimmy also said I have returned. I got my sides and back cut to less than a millimeter. It was a pain to wash. Yeah, if you have too long hair, it's like it's very annoying. You can totally feel that. That was many years ago. I actually had longer hair than Small Dragon Kai. Many years ago. Ryan says, yeah, the book with Famitsu articles by Yoshida I'm reading also mentions his escapades playing Diablo with his colleagues at work. And also with the following up on streams, I meant there was an open beta weekend recently, but I still haven't actually watched any Diablo 4 gameplay footage yet. Well, if you're really looking forward to the game, like, you're already sold, like, you are going to play it, you're going to buy it, and you're going to play it, and you're probably going to enjoy it, then it would not be a bad idea to completely, like, skip the betas. Like, skip that. Don't watch any footage. Like, avoid spoilers. It's going to make everything a lot more exciting when you finally get into the game. Just to put it into perspective, because I might be able to make a comparison here. When I got into Monster Hunter, I pretty much just stumbled upon the fact that Monster Hunter World it was coming out for PC, like in a few days at that very moment. So I was like, grabbed a friend and was like, we should play it together, and then we did. And we didn't like look into anything, which meant that it was very like everything was new and exciting, and we made a lot of mistakes in everything, but we had fun with it. Then when the expansion came, I knew most of what was going to happen before I had even had a chance to play the game. So it was not very exciting. Like, it was just like going through the motions. When Rise came, I already had a pretty good idea of everything that was coming, again, because I'd read into it and looked into stuff. So I wasn't very surprised by things. It was going through the motions. And the same happened with Sunbreak in a way. So if you are in the fortunate position that you haven't yet watched anything, you haven't yet spoiled yourself to anything of the experience, and you are already sold, like you're going to play it, then stay the course. Wait for the game to release, and you are going to have an awesome time, Orion. I'm certain of it. Emia says, on an unrelated note, I hope Zero joins the Scions. Well, the Scions have been disbanded. What weapon do you main in Monster Hunter? Gunlance. I actually main Gunlance. Sometimes I'll play Charge Blade or Lance, but the shield is really what sells it for me, as you can understand. Sometimes I also play bow or a bow gun. But mostly Gunlance. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphinaud has become. Would have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation. As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, it's I'd best return to the service and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. A chest piece. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Capuchin, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud, this is going to be a really long cutscene, I feel. Unannounced and everything.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiencies so plain to see.
We can see his eye. He has them.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Meanwhile, in Kurthus.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea. Around the world.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Let's see. Ryan says, well, first of all, Ymir says, I'm a switch axe and sword and shield main. Ryan says, I have a few hours in Monster Hunter as well, both switch axe and sword and shield actually, too. I haven't played much myself. And then you're surprised I played Gunlance. I'm a tank at heart, so that's why. Gunlance tends to be one of the better weapons to be capable of actually defending the group and taking the monster's attention if it needs to. Yeah, I have actually talked with Greensville, if you saw him in the chat earlier, where we were considering maybe doing a stream of playing through Monster Hunter World again on account of me being very experienced with the game and Greensville having never finished it. We might find that interesting, but no plans yet. It's just something we've talked about. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ah, you've already done more than enough. If I had to say though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allagan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Huh, if only Master Cockle knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And, if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't ya a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah! That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. and then we fly all the way back there. Maybe that was what the other guy that was running next to me was like, wait a minute, I'm going to need this etherite, and just turned around and did that first. I mean, forward and back is equally far, so going south first and then north saves us more time. And this is where the weirdly exciting music comes. Like this music all the time. While we're just sort of muddling about like this. Mimir says, out of context spoiler. Chilly. I can't remember that. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Montigier mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. 064. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Hello. Steady current. Helping with the arc, even with all the power Master Cockles managed to squeeze out of the ether burner. It's still not enough, apparently. Now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. So you don't need anything, alright? Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner. Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples, day in, day out. It's tiring. Thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes on what have you. The Froms got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when? A lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Forgino and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Good point. Oh, an Aetheryte. How come Estinian has a muscle slider? I want that. He has. I don't think he has a muscle slider. I think it's just broken all the way to max, isn't it? Offering to help. That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's most lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I have not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Then I have some great news for you, Poltizane. There they are.
Fancy meeting you here, Caetsu. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magic. What we're really interested in is Etheris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied, honestly. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun?
How would I do that, given I don't know where I am? A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interests to have the Loporrits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture?
What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder?
Ah, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Caetsu. What a quest! Show around the bunnies. And explain to them what the thing. Yes, yes, let the toddler explain. Are you just going to keep doing that? Alright.
Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features.
Yes, surely. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. Ah, yes. So, right here you see the thingy-magic. These are tanks.
It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below.
Well, alright then. Don't need me to explain it, I suppose. You spot an ambystoma, an especially lively one at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world. Somehow. The savage. Oh yeah, that is the savage mount.
Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too.
If you say so. And here you see the mushroom shaped thing. Yes. Explain it for me, Singing Way, will you?
That looks like the trees in Greatest Endvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water.
Hey Singing Way, explain this to me.
Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere.
Are you sure you're not engineering Way?
I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. Well, us Loperids, that is. Indeed. Securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive?
Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis.
So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water.
Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount.
We could provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated.
A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place.
Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loperids will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel.
Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid.
We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Sharlayan Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness?
A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us.
Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, the Loperids may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance.
Oh dear.
Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. Don't tell Coco I said that.
If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way. To the water extraction, what's it?
I don't know why they think I'm capable of protecting them, considering I'm about this much taller than them. And back to the epic, heroic music while we show Loperids around. This is the most epic tour guide music in existence. Excuse me. There we are.
Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction water is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you.
Sure. Why are there monsters on the road again? Oh, you're back, Sanso. You're farming extreme. Yeah, we're at this point already. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. Exactly, Santo. I was talking about that a little bit earlier, that, oh yeah, this is a part where the excessively exciting music happens as you do extremely mundane tasks. Constantly. You will need to use this lift should you wish to go to the medial circuit. Let me know if you're headed that way. It is so weird.
Marvelous. Simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science, rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetherius just so happens to provide everything we need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it.
This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Miriel Agronomics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully, I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianji was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetherius will soon be no more. So I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Off we go then. Did you get a lot of clears in, Santo, and did the mount drop? Haven't seen the mount yet. Oh, okay. As I understand, it's much more rare before, like while the extreme is current for some reason. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd ideally love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Cookingway is now accompanying you.
Fortunately, Cookingway, it's only if you're delicious, apparently, that you get put into pies. And I don't know if you're delicious. What a fine mess this is. That's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm brushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we can down here We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there, first on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal.
Don't you want to go to the moon?
Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it?
Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may.
By all means, help yourselves.
Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin?
I don't know. I was actually thinking the grapes. Again, don't tell Coco.
Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes, they are polygonal grapes. Let's see if they are as delicious as they look.
sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion of grapes?
I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid gigantoad eyeballs. I feel like we're between bit too excited, not excited, and a little bit too disgusted on this one. You know what I mean? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch.
Yes, they are rather boorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat.
Just like Assam. Orange by name, orange by nature.
What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat!
Indeed, Cooking Way, indeed.
Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Iraji about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots, marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there.
I mean, we could have sampled that when we were closer to it.
That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. It's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first.
Do you not find it an awful bother?
Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Is that a lemon? It is a lemon. A lemon. It's a lemon. What a wondrous fragrance. Well, with luck, it'll have a flavor to match.
As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. That is a bad idea.
My tongue, is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How could something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others.
Cooking Way, are you alright, friend? Saves entire island for grapes. Oh yeah, that is a story, isn't it? Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking.
I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so with the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated.
Haha, first time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. Born livid, have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spare this opportunity to... bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Lubrids, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Hey, Sharo the Blader! Saw you are streaming, and after your answer about the sad past of materia, especially resistance and primary stats, I want to see how fun your streaming can be. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. I do voices when I do the lines when we're doing story quests. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly, and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal, 'tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Orsian, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking Way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetherius' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, that has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Iriadne and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Gennaro said, I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered? And then we go down and talk with Cooking Way again. It is really funny because this quest becomes so drawn out because you have to get like through this entire circuit and stuff. And this music plays all the time throughout it, except when you're in cutscenes. It's really awkward. I'm very curious because most of the players I've spoken with about this particular quest line agreed that the music in this quest line was extremely out of place, but I'm very curious if there's anyone that feel like, no, this was perfect. I liked it this way.
That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places found for their cuisine?
Limson is home to the culinarian skills and many less than savory establishments. The Far East has oodles of noodles. Eat the noodles.
Would that I had time to visit.
The more I learn of the theories, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist, if only there was some other way. Flee to where, though? Caetsu, I trust thy time at Miriel Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every loperate there, should further questions within my power to answer arise.
Oh.
Oh. Exactly, Cheryl. It's because I'm pretty sure this song plays all day while you're at this part of the quest line. And I like leading up to this part in the quest line, I specifically, like, when we were getting to that, I was specifically complimenting how nice the night theme in Labyrinthos is. And then we get this song. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that I feel like it's like a 1-minute loop. So it just like I think some people get like a nervous tick when they hear like a piano do like the thing, a flourish kind of thing, after listening to this song too many times. Which is pretty funny in contrast to the fact that the part of the song, like the lyrical part of that song, is the best part according to a lot. It's just that this is a bit much.
Oh. Yes, Caetsu, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetherius at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. That forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that?
You should see the forests of the first. One was purple. Gasp, I say. Just realized he said that he literally vocalized it. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. And someone off screen says, I thought I heard tiny voices. Banquet. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though, aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. But be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think of me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. This is as good a place as any. Come. Cheryl says, you had two great voices for the characters. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Ymir says, finally, the boyfriends interact. Are they that? Are you sure? Aren't they just the bros? And Cheryl says, wait, doesn't come now. My heart always breaks a bit in this part of the story. If I remember correctly where we are right now, I'm pretty sure we are exactly where you think we are right now. Any moment now. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless elegant technology, is all true. But I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can do to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Aha, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. Now you listen here. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporrits to attend them?
An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it.
Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Caetsu, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporrit.
Oh, I do so look forward to it. A place for every Loprit and every Loprit in their place.
Hey researchers, do you want to talk? Do you want? This is like the programming doc, but just with three, like with like a bunch of bunnies that actually can help you. If you don't know what I mean, it's like it's explaining code to someone sometimes can help you understand what you've missed. Like by just explaining the situation to someone that doesn't know can sometimes highlight what's wrong. So sometimes programmers will explain the problem to like a rubber duck or the Watcher, for example. This was my rubber duck when I worked as a programmer. And that often helped. 56 bunches of wheat in the ground, 56 bunches of wheat, rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of wheat in the...
I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners and oh so fussy? Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax.
Ah, yes. Your average hyperventilating engineer. He must hyperventilate deeply. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Cheryl says, I love the idea of that coding trick. Used that in phone customer service too, so I had a face to the person I talked to. That is actually a really good point. That is very interesting. That's pretty good. I have never considered that. That is very cool. That makes perfect sense also.
Aha! The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive.
This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Well then.
What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that?
I don't know. You didn't know they were there. Yes, you idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damn envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already.
It would be fortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Lobrits.
Indeed.
My face? What's wrong with my... Oh, perhaps I'm a bit tense.
I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under the debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Have you considered a bunny? Including the loprids in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well.
Probably not.
A ponderous mathematician. Is that me?
Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know.
How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now, I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are.
Shara says, doing that quest as a Lalafell feels like you're trying to sell them a loverates for questions and cuddles.
What? Would you like to buy a fellow small person? We have them in many different types.
A harried aetherologist. Blasted assistants! Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Hello. Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. The loprids are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sots. I feel like this was a mistake. If you don't want the bald guy down there, you probably don't want an angry over-scientist here either. And now we get to the part of the quest where I've like lost track. Which will cause the quest to drag out a bit. And there's one over there. A level-headed engineer.
Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much the slower.
This woman seems to be coping well.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Exactly, Shara. I feel like I remember that I also feel like I almost tried to look for assistance, but the thing is that I was doing this quest on like day 2 of Endwalker, so there wasn't really anything to ask.
Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure?
Ask a pilot.
You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly?
Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Off you go then. Yeah, exactly, like if you lose track of where you have or haven't been, this quest can be brutal. Is there anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bills now, so my back feels like a void since
played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. This cleaner seems fine, if in need of a break. Where's the last one? Where's the last person in need of a bunny to talk with? Who needs a rubber duck? Anyone in need of a rubber duck? Can I sell you a rubber duck in these trying times? Anyone? Where could they be? Where could they not be actually? Where would I not need to check? This is crazy. Maybe there? Nope. Why is the circle so big? Why? And the half-hour search begins. Yeah. Normally we end the streams around this time, but I want to get past these very specific quests that we have spied in our immediate future. And when we've done that, that is when we will be rounding up the stream. I think that is much better time to do so. We found someone. Please want help, mister. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but this searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on gods know what made by gods know who. You can ask them. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. They love questions, my friend. Behold, Caetsu, through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more loporrits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. It is a nice dungeon. Did you see the bears doing patty cakes in the initial cutscene?
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting.
But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Hey, Star God Hoshi. Hope you're doing well.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, Why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Cut the sad music. We're back to Hero Hour. It is such a good cutscene. Oh, Caetsu, be assured that I am fine. I am. Oh, glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Cheers. Right, so I'll pick up this quest and then we'll be rounding up the stream a little bit. Ahem. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loprids. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. I'm guessing this is Sharo the Blader, is that right? I'm glad to see you on the stream. Huh. That is a very cool hat. I was curious what it was. Your wife is here too. Well, I'm glad to meet you in game. I am wife. Oh, okay. Now I know how that connects. That is from Bahamut. Yeah, I was curious because it looked a little similar to the Ironworks Magitech hat, but then it was missing like the blue gem and things like that. So I was like, yeah, it's not it. I'm just writing a note. I try my best to do that so I know the names of the characters and the YouTube names that match. It makes it easier because whenever we're doing content like a dungeon or something, I always invite people to come along. It's much more fun to do it as a pre-made party. Now, what we're going to be doing now is I'm going to be taking a picture for the next thumbnail, and then I'm going to find my way to an inn, probably in Sharlayan, and then we will take a picture for the weekly schedule, and then we'll be rounding up the stream. So if there's anything you guys would like to talk about before we end the stream, this is actually a great time to do that. Where even I think this is actually a really good picture place with some of the Loperids. You're welcome to be in the picture too, if you like. And the Loperids are just not looking at the camera at all. Emia says, why specifically cherry pink? Because I like cherry pink dye. Seriously, I just happened upon the dye and was like, I really like this. And that's pretty much the story, like from start to finish, that is the whole thing. Cherry pink is a pink that doesn't cost a lot. Actually, it costs like 10,000 each. But you can get it from Island Sanctuary. Charo says a tip for G-pose. You need to reuse the look to camera button first and menu on the very top. No. That is not the problem. As you could see with Livingway here, she does not care. And she's the one that I was thinking of specifically. But it's okay. I think I got the picture already, didn't I? Let me just check. It normally works, Sharo. It's just with MSQ NPCs, especially those that that aren't supposed to be spoken to, they really like fall in with the background at times. Right. Next is going to Charlian. Skin says, I was thinking of the pink from the gold saucer. No, cherry pink dye is like surprisingly expensive. I don't know if it's the most expensive one, but it's this one. It is like the pinkest of the pink. It is so pink that you can't possibly miss it. The origin of me using cherry pink dye is actually that I really like extremely bright colors. For a long time in my life, I didn't have glasses, and I should have had glasses. So generally, to like see myself in games, I would usually, you know, have very bright, like choose white or really bright colors. And if there's anything that stands out in a crowd, it's cherry pink. So I chose that, and then I have simply come to the conclusion that I actually really like the color in the first place. So, there. But yeah, I have... Well, right now I think I have a little bit less. But I have like close to 999 cherry pink dye on my main. I don't have quite as much on Smol Kai. The most of the cherry pink dye she has acquired has been given to her by Sib. If you like bright colors, what is your opinion on the metallic dyes? For me, like, I like them, they look nice, but there's not a cherry pink one. And often the metallic color on a lot of outfits, it doesn't work as well because it's like only a small bit that gives this metallic coloring. And on account of the fact that I use cherry pink dye for basically all of my glamours, I kind of need the items to like work with me on that. Because I'm not very creative with dyeing things. I just like get a piece of equipment and then just dunk it in cherry pink dye and go, oh, that's that's pretty nice, and put that on. If you've seen some of my stream VODs where we may have picked up like, oh, that is a recolor of the Newish Guardian outfit. I didn't even realize. How does that look in cherry pink? That is actually really, really nice. However, wham. Yeah, if you've seen me pick up a upgrade relic weapons on stream, which happens sometimes, I pretty much grab the weapon, dye it pink, put materia in it, and then equip it. What could we go with? Let's do that one. Right. So, just to round up on the stream, if you would like if you find it difficult to follow what's happening on this YouTube channel, then you may find it helpful to join the community Discord, where there is a dedicated room for schedule, and there's a dedicated room where I post whenever there's a new video or a new stream or whatever, so you can follow what's going on, and you can also just follow what's going to come up during the week, through the weekly schedule. Next to that, speaking of which, next week we will be doing some more of the solo challenge streams on Tuesday, and then throughout the week I'll be putting up a starter and an advanced guide for Summoner, the good old level 1 to 50 and 51 to 90 guides. And then on Friday I will have a video on 10 unexplained mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV, which includes snapshotting, which is something we've sometimes talked about on these streams. So you will get the detailed video style version of that. And then of course Saturday we will continue Smol Caetsu, where, let me just write down which quest we got to before I forget. Hither and Yarn. Auto attacks is also going to be in it, actually, Emir. So you're right. But yeah, on Saturday we will continue these streams, and you know what, Emir? Depending on how close to the finish line we get, and how late it is, we might do a detour to do the role quest line so that we don't end on a really awkward spot, or something. But we'll see. I would rather be at a point where we can do the whole role quest line at once, and it's nice, than being stopped in the middle of it. But I can't guarantee it. We'll see where we land. I'm pretty sure that there's at least 2 more streams left before we actually finish 6.0. Now, I think that is everything that I have, so thank you all so much for watching along, and good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Remember, I'm always on the Discord as well. And with that, all we have left is to say good night to Smol Caetsu. Thank you all so much for watching. Good night. Good night. Good night.